Cek. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The, Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The closing session of the FAuRS 2021-2022 will commence shortly. Please take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremonial procession carrying the distinguished guests is reaching the hall. We kindly request you to stand up to receive the ceremonial procession. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the FAuRS 2021-2022.
I'm Hasuru.
I'm Ushenya. We'll be taking you through the events of this evening.
Hope you had a productive time and most fruitful experiences of witnessing outstanding student research during the technical session. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now commence the closing session of Faculty of Agriculture Undergraduate Research Symposium, FAuRS 2021-2022.
Giving way to tradition, let us now commence the session with lighting of the oil lamp. We cordially invite Chief Guest, Mr. Nihal Ranasinghe, the Secretary to the Ministry of Education and Higher Education.
The keynote speaker, Mr. Nayana Mavil Mada, President of Property Group John Keels Holdings.
Guest speaker, Mr. Nalin Munasinghe, Assistant Representative to the Maldives and Sri Lanka Food and Agriculture Organization, the United Nations.
Professor Terence Madhujit, Acting Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya.
Professor Sarath Kodituakku, Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya.
Professor Anil Pushpakumara, Dean, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, representing all the deans from other faculties of University of Peradeniya.
Professor CMB Demetavava, Director, Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, representing directors of other postgraduate institutes.
Professor Dhammi Dayawansa, Head, Department of Agriculture Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, representing the heads of departments, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya.
Ms. Jayanta Ilangakon Manike, Director General, Department of Agriculture.
Ms. Hemali Kotalawala, Director General of Department of Animal Production and Health. Mrs. Irani Patirana, Senior Assistant Registrar, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya.
Mrs. Sagarika Karunaratna, Assistant Bursar, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya.
Professor Varshi Dandeniya, Coordinator of FAuRS 2021-2022.
And 3 final year students representing the 3 programs of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya.
Thank you. Faculty of Agriculture Undergraduate Research Symposium is a concerted effort of many who were dedicated to make this a flagship event of the faculty. Behind every success as a faculty, there always exists a pillar of strength. He is none other than the Dean of the faculty.
So, to deliver the welcome address, we cordially invite Professor Sarath Kodituakku, the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Nihal Ransinga, Secretary to the Minister of Education and Higher Education of Sri Lanka. Mr. Nayanama Vilmada, our keynote speaker today. Representing, who is the president of the property groups of Keels. Mr. Nalain Munasinghe, one of our greatest alumni, representing the FAO, the deans of the faculties, other faculties, members of the judge panel, my dear teachers, my dear colleagues, my dear students. I would like to cordially welcome you to the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, the leading Faculty of Agriculture in this country. I would say this is the premier agriculture faculty of this country. Established in 1948, we have come a long way. So today we are in the 74th year since our establishment in 1948. Now we are at the brink of celebrating our Diamond Jubilee next year. So we have selected our tagline as the diamond thus far and beyond. Of course, this was the same tagline the University of Peradeniya used when it celebrated the 75 years of contribution to the higher education sector of this country. Now, why we call a faculty a diamond? It has been a diamond thus far, and it will be a diamond beyond. Now we get uncut, unpolished diamonds to the university through university admission. And they go through 3 degree programs. The BSc Honors in Agriculture, Technology and Management, the mainstream degree program, which we started in 1948. The BSc Honors in Food Science and Technology degree program. And the youngest degree program introduced by this faculty is the BSc Honors in Animal Science and Fisheries. So we get these students, and throughout there are 4 years of rigorous training in the Faculty of Agriculture. The staff of the faculty, as well as the learning environment that we have created, are in the process of cutting and polishing the students who are coming to our faculty. And today we have come to a point where one batch of students who entered the university in 1917, after going through a lot of challenges, difficulties, facing April bombing, and then COVID-19 pandemic, and currently the economic crisis of the country. Now we have been able to face all these challenges and help our students to complete their degrees. And basically, that culminates in FAuRS, Faculty of Agriculture, Undergraduate Research Symposium. Now, we at the faculty take research seriously, both student research as well as staff research. Therefore, we introduced this compulsory research component to our undergraduate curriculum in 1975. Because we thought we should give an opportunity for students to try and apply the theories that they have learned, the skills that we have imparted on them, to apply to solve the problems faced by the society. Through a semester-long research project. Now, since 1975, different departments have had their own research symposia. And then in 2014, the faculty took a decision to introduce, to formalize this research symposia under the name title FAuRS, F-A-U-R-S, Faculty of Agriculture Undergraduate Research Symposium. Now, one of the main objectives of initiating this FAuRS was to give the students to a platform to communicate their findings to its various stakeholders, and also giving an opportunity for them to participate in various competitions, because we believe Darwin's theory of survival of the fittest. Now, the environment is so competitive and challenging. Only the fittest will survive and prosper. So therefore, we at the Faculty of Agriculture, as the last tool of grooming our undergraduate students, thought that FAuRS will give them a stage to compete each other. Of course, competition has a negative connotation as well. Now, I'm telling it's a positive side of competition, so that the really good students will get to know that they are good. And there can be other really good students, and they will get to know that they are not good at all the aspects. And some are very good researchers, some are very good communicators. Now, researchers might not necessarily be good communicators. So I think they should understand this diversity in the society. So therefore, we initiated the FAuRS, and so far we have had 7 symposia. Today we're going to have our 8th symposium. Of course, unfortunately we lost the last FAuRS because of this situation that we face in the country, but therefore we this time have labeled this as FAuRS 2021-2022. Now, I told you that we have a numerous or myriad of competitions. So let me give you a brief introduction to these competitions. So we have 3-minute thesis competition. We have inventions and innovations. We have scientific eye photography competition, the research video, research storybook, graphical abstract, research tune, and research briefs. And the unique aspect of this FAuRS is that this is an effort of both students as well as staff. Now, we have made a conscious decision to get the students involved in organizing this event. And we initiated the organization of the FAuRS in July 14th. And with that, we have offered various training programs for students on how to conduct research, as well as how to communicate their research findings. So there were a series of workshops and training sessions that we conducted to sharpen their skills. And we had some of the competitions yesterday. And today we had the competitions of the closed session where each and every department selected their best students. And so they were given the opportunity to present and compete. And today they will be rewarded. The winners will be rewarded. And you all will agree with me that it's not an easy task to organize an event of this nature in today's context. So let me congratulate the coordinator of the FAuRS, Professor FAuRS Dandania, and her team of academics and the staff, students who supported her in organizing this event successfully. And while once again welcoming all our dignitaries, I would like to invite you to enjoy the proceedings today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
University of Peradeniya as a whole strives to be a center of excellence in higher education in the world, a dream that is driven to the success by strong leadership as well as effective administration.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me now have the honor of inviting Professor Terence Madhujit, the Acting Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nihal Ranasinghe, Secretary to the Minister of Education and Higher Education, Mr. Nalin Munasinghe, FAO Representative, Maldives and Sri Lanka, Mr. Nayana Mavilmada, keynote speaker for today from John Keels Holdings, Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Sarath Kodituakku, Deans of other faculties, Professor Atula Ekanayaka and Professor Anil Pushpakumara from Management and Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, Director, Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture, Director General Agriculture, Director General of Animal Production and Health, Coordinator of the event, Professor FAuRS Dandania, fellow academics from the Faculty of Agriculture, judging panel members from other faculties and Faculty of Agriculture, the corporate sector members, well-wishers, event partners, Senior Assistant Registrar of Faculty of Agriculture, Bursa of Faculty of Agriculture, dear students, those who are joining online and on-site, and other ladies and gentlemen. In fact, as the Acting Vice Chancellor and also as a Deputy Vice Chancellor, I am really delighted to be here representing the central administration of the university at the time that you are organizing the 8th FAuRS undergraduate symposium. And I must appreciate the able leadership provided by the dean and also the former deans and the former coordinators and this year's coordinator for having this continuously despite the challenges faced by the country. So although the country was plagued with different challenges, still you have been able to continue with this tradition which you started in 2014. And this is the 8th time, as I remember, that you are having FAuRS. And because of and this is one of the few faculties that have this tradition where this undergraduate symposium is held in their faculties, and this is a very good example for other faculties also to have this, so that will be benefiting their students. Now, research, that's basically the systematic and scientific inquiry through the evidence to come out with an outcome. In 1928, the physician and also the bacteriologist named Sir Alexander Fleming in the UK, immediately after returning from his holidays, he found in his laboratory that in a bunch of his Petri plates, where he grew a fungus, he noticed that some of the Staphylococcus aureus bacterium has been destroyed in circles. So that led to the birth of the first ever antibiotic, which is now known as penicillin. After the discovery of penicillin, a series of different first generation, second generation, third and fourth generation antibiotics were discovered by other scientists. And that revolutionized the world. The number of World War, this Alexander Fleming was serving at the British Army during the World War time. And he was really upset about the dying soldiers. Soldiers did die not because of the war wounds inflicted during the war, but because of the secondary infections. So his discovery was able to save hundreds and thousands of soldiers' lives. Another example, in 1960, the American engineer Theodore Famines, he came up with the idea of laser. Now, this laser is nowadays used in many different applications, including in agriculture, to measure simple distance on DVD players, even for surgeries, laser is being used. Now, ladies and gentlemen, another example, Watson and Crick came up with the structure of DNA that again revolutionized the world. That led to the birth of biotechnology, which is immensely used in agriculture. The development of hybrid seeds, the duplication of animals and organisms, genetically modified organisms, and even in genetic therapies, that discovery made in 1950 has been immensely helpful. So, ladies and gentlemen and dear students, this research is very important. We are here today, we are enjoying the luxury today because of the past researchers, past innovators, and past inventors. So why undergraduates do research? Well, in almost 3.5-year academic program, you have been really taught, you have been spoon-fed by our teachers. I'm little exaggerating, but partly it is true because the courses are very well structured. They are timely delivered. Practical and field training, factory visits, all are very well structured, and teacher plays a very important role. But here, when it comes to the final year project, you are on their own. I know that you are under supervision. There may be 1 or 2 supervisors, but basically, relatively, you are on your own. It's something like you are thrown out of the ocean, and it's now you to swim and reach the shore. So not only you are applying your knowledge that you gained during the past 3.5 years, but you are applying your soft skills, more importantly, how to deal with people, managing the budget, resources, money, time, and choosing the best method and methods. Finding chemicals, which is kind of nightmare these days, consumables, all these are on your shoulders. So you have successfully completed nearly 360 undergraduates completing their final year projects successfully means you have faced this challenge. So I'm really grateful for Faculty of Agriculture for introducing this final year research projects, not now, decades ago. And understanding the importance of this final year research project, now all other faculties have also introduced this final year project into their curricula. Recently, about 5 years ago, it was not the case. Some of the faculties did not have, but now understanding that importance of this final year research project, although there are differences, I know at Faculty of Agriculture, in most of the departments, they do only the research in the final semester, but they don't do any coursework. But in most of the other faculties, Professor Ekanayaka and Professor Chandra, we know that they are doing the research along with some coursework. Well, that basically highlights the importance of this final year research project. Now, the recent epidemic, which plagued the country, and not only the country, but the rest of the world for almost 2 years. Finally, we ended up with this economic downturn, and this situation has opened up vistas of opportunities for our researchers and inventors. You see how much we are dependent on foreign grants, materials coming from elsewhere, especially surprisingly high volume of food that we are dependent on other nations. This is high time, ladies and gentlemen, for us to develop our own technologies, own food. Well, I can understand that wheat we cannot grow for technical reasons. Chickpea we cannot grow for technical reasons. But the General of Agriculture is in front of me. I think she would agree with me. We are heavily dependent on inputs, agricultural inputs, you name. It could be fertilizers, it could be pesticides, it could be any other material. We are dependent on other countries. Well, for certain things, of course, we have to dependent on, this is a globalized world. That is true. But for simple foods, the day before yesterday, I went to Peradeniya, one of the pet shops, to buy fish feed for my little poor fish. I found to my surprise that all fish feed, I simply asked, okay, where did you get this fish feed from? Professor Deshapriya, unfortunately, this fish feed is being imported from Holland, and second quality one is from India. So can't we produce fish feed in Sri Lanka? Well, I'm sure Professor Atauda, I didn't see him though here, my good old friend. Well, we might be producing, but we need to do more. Biocontrol, we are heavily dependent on, well, the 100% organic concept was born to fail. But have we thought of alternatives? Why there's low adoption of this? We have been talking about even when we were students 50, 60 years ago in this faculty, we were taught of this IPM, integrated pest management. Why the low adoption of IPM is still slow adoption? It's better to look into why. Biocontrol, the use of plant extracts, use of parasitoids to kill our enemies, to save natural enemies of pests. Have we done enough? Well, we have done something, but is this enough? Something to think about. And R&D work, machinery. There's a huge need of machinery for Sri Lanka, not only for land preparation, but for grain processing, food processing, filling machines, pasteurizers, sterilizers, you name. Exhaust boxes, elevators, conveyors, so many. I can mention hundreds of things. We are 100% dependent on other nations. This is high time for us. We can produce the same thing at a cost of 30%, 60% less cost we can produce locally. Have you ever thought of producing simple dryers here? We might be doing here and there, but are we doing enough? Many think that agriculture is just preparing the land, sow seeds and get the harvest. No. The importance of agriculture was felt more than ever before during the past 2 years. I'm sure you all will agree with me. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the high time for us, our future researchers, innovators and inventors are here in this audience, nearly 300 odd students who are stepping out to the society in few days, in a few weeks. This is good and eye-opener for you to think of. At least a fraction of you will end up with a research career or academic careers. This is a food for thought for you to continue with your research. Don't think that this is the end of your research, but this is the beginning of your research. And this time, due to the most able leadership provided by our Iron Lady, Professor Varshi Dandenia, she has expanded the horizons of FAuRS. Not it's limited to Faculty of Agriculture, Peradeniya, but she has opened up the avenues, opportunities for the rest of the Sri Lanka as well. So I understand that there are open categories competitions where other university students have also contributed, taken part in, and this forum has been kept open for students of other faculties of agriculture. And also other final years of the same university, Peradeniya, have also been invited to this forum. I don't know how many are joining, but at least you have done the right thing that popularizes this concept, that popularizes this program, that popularizes the research that you have conducted over the last 6 months amidst lots of challenges. Economic downturn, fuel shortage, closures of buildings, COVID restrictions, difficulty in procuring chemicals, difficulty in transport, in exorbitant cost for transport, all these, amidst all these challenges, you have done a marvelous job, dear students. I'm really happy and proud as the head of the institution. Now, what the University of Peradeniya has done before that, the other importance of research from our perspective, that is a perspective of the University of Peradeniya, I am happy to tell you that we have been identified as the #1 university in terms of Times Higher Education ranking for the 4th consecutive time, which is very well accepted as a ranking tool by many in the world. So that's not easy. And we have fallen into the band of 500 to 600 top university in the entire world. Can anyone name any other government or corporate sector organization in Sri Lanka that would go to that level, that would fit into world's top 500 to 600 band of any, you name any Kacheri or any organization? I don't think you can name. So in that context, I'm really happy. The contributions made by you researchers, past students, your contribution is enormous for this university. Not only Times Higher Education ranking, Webometric ranking, and also QS ranking, your research component plays a very important role. I understand as of today noon, there are 20 academics, researchers of this faculty who have received more than 1,000 citations, based on Google Scholar. As of today noon, there are at least 8 researchers and academics in this faculty with H-index of more than 20. A significant achievement. I have studied many other faculties as well, but you have done a marvelous job. It's not just, it did not happen overnight. It happened throughout the history. So keep it up, young researchers as well as senior researchers. What as a central administration has done to promote research? Well, by establishing University Research Council, fortunately or unfortunately, I happen to be the founder director of URC. We started a scheme to recognize researchers, high-end researchers, categorized as Tier 4-star researchers by the UGC Circular 2018 #5. So we started felicitating them, rewarding them, and the second consecutive awarding ceremony happened a few months ago. And I'm sure this year that will happen. That's a lifetime award. And faculty level, we promoted at the University Research Council, we promoted this recognizing of researchers in other faculties as well. Except for 1 or 2 faculties, these faculties are also now up in the pipeline, and they are also coming up with a scheme to reward researchers. That's one side of the story. The other side of the story, for the first time, we have allocated 10 million rupees for student research. At the faculty, you evidence that. Some of your chemicals, consumables were borne by this money. And even during this hardest hit time in Sri Lanka, we have allocated 90 million rupees for research for 2023. Allocations are all made. Out of this 90 million, 40 million coming under University Research Council for multidisciplinary grants. That's what we promote these days. Not to be confined to your department or your territory, but you have to go across the border, multidisciplinary. 30 million rupees for university research grants, 10 million for research students, mostly final year students, another 10 million for probationers. This 10 million each, this is the first time ever that happened in the recent past at University of Peradeniya. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to promote research. There were many problems, issues faced by researchers in signing MOUs and contracts, especially with foreign parties and local parties. We tried to resolve that. I'm happy to tell you that the signing MOUs is much of the burden has been taken out of your shoulders. Professor Rohita Prasanta will evidence that we are trying to establish a patent office at University of Peradeniya. The office will help you in filling out documents for patent applications. Well, without much ado, let me congratulate all the junior researchers as well as senior researchers. Do not stop here, but the best research, make sure you publish those research. The research that you do not publish is not worthy for anybody. Nobody would be interested in your research unless you publish. So with the help of your supervisors, I'm sure you will publish your research in credible journals. Peradeniya Vishwavidyalaya Krushikarma Peethe FAuRS undergraduate symposium. අද පැවැත්වෙන්නේ 8 වෙනි වතාවට මේ අවස්ථාව මේ පහුගිය ඉතාමත් බාධක කම්කටොළු මැද පෙරාදෙණිය විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයේ කෘෂිකර්ම පීඨය විසින් මේ FAuRS සමුළුව එක දිගටම පවත්වාගෙන ආවා. එක අවුරුද්දක හැරෙනකොට ඒ අවුරුද්දේ ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුද්දෙත් එකතු කරලා තමයි මේ අවුරුද්දේ මේ සිම්පෝසියම් එක පැවැත්වෙන්නේ. මට මතක විදිහට 300කට ආසන්න ප්‍රමාණයක් 305ක් හෝ 6ක් ප්‍රමාණයක් ඒ සිසු දරුවන්ගේ ඇබ්ස්ට්‍රැක්ට්ස් මේ සමුළුවේ එලි දැක්වෙනවා. ඒ සිසු දරුවන් ඊටමත් මහන්සියෙන් සිදු කළ පර්යේෂණවල ප්‍රතිඵල අද ලෝකයේ හමුවේ කියාපානව මේ සමුළුවේදී. ඉතින් මා පෙරදෙණිය විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයේ වැඩ බලන උපකුලපති සහ නියෝජ්‍ය කුලපතික වශයෙන් ඊටමත් සතුටු වෙනවා. මොකද මමත් මේ පීඨයේම නිෂ්පාදනයක් මමත් මේ පීඨයට අනුයුක්තවයි සේවය කරන්නේ. මා පීඨයේ ආචාර්යවරයෙක් විදිහට මා ඊටමත් සතුටු වෙනවා. ඔබගේ නව නිර්මාණ, ඔබගේ දස්කම්, ඔබගේ පර්යේෂණ ප්‍රතිඵල අද ලෝකයට කියාපානවා. මේ සිසු දරුවන්ට මගේ එක ඉල්ලීමක් තියෙන්නේ, මේ ලංකාවට මේ අවස්ථාවේදී බලපාලා තියෙන ආර්ථික ප්‍රශ්නය හමුවේ නොසැලී සිටින්නට, මේ ආර්ථික ප්‍රශ්නය ජය ගන්නට නම් විශේෂයෙන්ම කෘෂිකර්මාන්තයේ නව පුහුදුවක් ඇති විය යුතුයි. අපි කෘෂිකර්මයට අවශ්‍ය සම්පත් බොහෝ ප්‍රමාණයක් විදේශ රටවල ලබා ගන්නවා. ආහාර විශාල ප්‍රමාණයක් අපි ආනයනය කරනවා. මේ තත්ත්වය තවදුරටත් පවත්වා ගත යුතු නැහැ. මේ නිසා කෘෂිකර්මාන්තයේ ආශ්‍රිත පර්යේෂණ, රටට අවශ්‍ය යන්ත්‍ර සූත්‍ර, රටට අවශ්‍ය පොහොර, එතකම පලිබෝධනාශක, නව පලිබෝධනාශක, අලුත් ශාක ප්‍රභේද මේ වගේ දේවල් සම්බන්ධයෙන් තවදුරටත් වැඩිදුර පර්යේෂණ සිදු කළ යුතුයි. වැඩිදුර නව නිර්මාණ සිදු විය යුතුයි. මේ නව නිර්මාණ තුලින් මේ පර්යේෂණ තුලින් ලංකාව මේ වැටි ඇති අර්බුදයෙන් ගොඩ ඒමට හැකි වේවායි ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමින් මානියන් වෙනවා. බොහොම ස්තුතියි.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and encouraging words. It is the practice of FAuRS to invite leading figures in the field of agriculture as the guest speakers to inspire the graduates.
I shall now invite Mr. Nalin Munasinghe, the Assistant Representative to the Maldives and Sri Lanka Food and Agriculture Organization, the United Nations, to address the FAuRS. We are very proud to announce that Mr. Nalin Munasinghe is a proud alumnus of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya.
The stage is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. I was trying to, get on that, but I feel it's too high. Yeah. So it's really nice to see you all here. Mr. Nihal Ranasinghe, the Secretary, sir, of the Ministry of Education and Higher Education, Vice Chancellor, sir, Deputy Vice Chancellor, sir, Dean, sir, and senior government representatives. I think Madam Ilankon was here, the DG Agriculture, and also I just heard DG Animal Production and Health, also here. Very nice to hear. Other senior government representatives, my dear teachers, I think I can see at least over 25 teachers here whom I have learned at least a day. So proud to talk to you, Madam, sir. And also other teachers, the other representatives from all faculties here in the university, and senior students and junior students, especially the researchers who are mostly proud today, isn't it? Right? And you have done a great job today. And why we are all here to witness all the good work that you have done. So proud to be here in front of you today to speak to you a few words as a faculty member earlier, faculty student here. And even right now, I do undertake some of the lectures as well at PGIA. So I'm really happy to be here and proud to talk to you. Now, let me start with this. When I get into this stage, this is something really proud of. We did not have this beautiful, state-of-the-art facility about 25, 30 years ago. But still we all had all similar facilities, but not at this stage. So this is all the achievements of the good work that has been done by many people who are related to this faculty. Thanks to all deans and also faculty heads, or say department heads, and also the vice chancellors who have basically supported us, including the government representatives. So with that able support, today we are in a better position to do much better. So I know I'm talking to students who are seated here, and at the same time, maybe online, many. So I talk to them as well here. My memory goes back to early 1996. That is when I joined this faculty. I'm coming from the batch of 94, 95. I entered the university in 1996 and graduated in year 2000. So during that 4-year, the most beautiful time period in my life, I should say, next to my schooling though, actually. But it's enormously, it has been supported me to be where I am today. So someone might be wondering how to make sure, how best we utilize the given resources in the faculty. Now, during the second year, I remember, at least I'm talking here in front of you today by speaking a couple of words in another language, which is, I'm proud of. But early 1997, when I first started talking in front of an audience like this at the university, I didn't know anything. I knew nothing about English. No words to speak. My vocabulary was only a few words. But I took the challenge. Thanks to the Agriculture Faculty English Literary Association, let me remind that, I hope you don't mind. That's one only though, but that is where we started first talking to an audience like this. With few words. I still remember it's not good English at all. So thanks to our seniors who found the way, Professor Tenabadu, most of you will have heard of him. And thereafter it was taken by Professor Marabe, who is right now there in the audience. So we follow them. You all know how they are and what they can do. And we have got something from them. And today, at least, we talk better than earlier. I still remember Professor Kodituaku. He did not allow us to, come up with an answer in the class because he always wanted a better answer. So he's asking, okay, fine, but what? I remember, sir. So we were struggling in the class to find a better answer than that. So that, sometimes even the researchers, scientists, they also don't know that. Who is an entrepreneur? I still don't know the answer, sir. But I'll tell you, that's the way we got our teachers to, for us to think. We are very much inquisitive now, even at our workplace. Even at our workplace. We always need to find the right. We always need to find the most appropriate solution for the problem. Many speakers earlier was talking about the current situation in the country. We are all facing this economic crisis, leave other crises that they have already spoken. Do you think that is an excuse? Obviously not. Because there are much bigger crises in the world where people had been facing with a lot of other issues. I can speak because I know being working for development sector for the last 23 years. Right? There are impacts. I simply understand. You might not have few cents, few rupees to find your bus fare, which is true. You might not have money to have one meal, which is also true. But no one is there here for the time being to make sure your life goes on and to, make sure your career, comes into you the way you are expecting. And that's only you. That's only we need to find our own ways. So let the crises come, let the problems arise, but let them all be opportunities for you to come forward. Let them all be opportunities. Professor Madhuji, thanks to you, sir, you were talking about how effective the faculty, the university were during the most difficult times. Even the dean sir was talking about it. Indeed, it's a proud moment that we all can cheer or celebrate. So there are a lot of ways that you can think of your career, think of your life. I am here to share a little bit of my own experience so that at least you all should be motivated to go into that. The term competition, both good and the bad side, I agree with you, sir. Exactly. Let's not forget the bad side as well. And that is where the motivation comes. Sometimes you might agree, sometimes you might not agree, right? The positive side of competition is basically where the opportunities come, but the negative side, don't miss it. Be motivated to overcome again. That's very important. No sooner you get out from the university, don't expect the jobs to come to your hand, will never come. You all need to earn the best qualification other than the degree that you're going to gain. Degree itself carries a lot of weight, I know. But in the competitive world, that degree has to have some opportunity from the employment market. I'm sure my colleague, Mr. Marvil Madar, also might talk about it, touch base on it, right? Whenever you get a chance to talk to him, for sure. This is very important. Now, I remember very recently, one of my students, he was asking me, sir, how do we get into these good jobs? It's a common question that we all have. Even we also might be thinking, no, a better version than this. How do we get in there? I have been applying, I have been trying, I have been talking to many people, but still I'm, like this. It's true. Simply because one, you may not be still suitable for the position you're looking for. There may be a lot of other people who are much better. This is why, you are not getting the opportunity, basically, right? Okay, then how do you know what they want? There are a lot of ways to find that out. One simple way, get the challenge, take the opportunity, apply for positions. If you get a chance to, say, face an interview, go there. Face it to the best level that you can do. Now, when before you apply, you all need to read, there is something called terms of reference or the job descriptions. And that is where one good, opportunity for you to learn what the employer's looking for. I'm 100% sure you are good at your technical skills. Where we are not good at still are soft skills, soft part. And that is why sometimes even in interviews, some people, because of the soft part, they come in, but they might be still poor in technical part. You understand? We can't help because we recruit people for the attitude and we train them for the skill later on. Because you can't have people for the technical skill and train for the attitude later on. It's not going to be an easy task. And that attitude has to come from this level. So this is why these kind of events, these kind of symposiums are really important, not for the faculty, not for the teachers, even though they are behind you. The most important stakeholder in these kind of events is you, my dear friends, students. It's you. Make use of it. At least if you have helped in organizing this event, at least 1 hour, 2 hours in your valuable time, that has something returnable. This is where you start, earning what? Quality of your life, abilities in your life. During our time in our 3rd and 4th year, I'm an extension major student. At the same time, I have done a lot of economic subjects as well, because both of, both the departments in the same building. So it's easy to find, everything to make or add value. That's how I did, to tell you the truth, which is still, valuable for me. So during the 3rd and 4th years, we have done many things that we can do. I have my colleagues, even friends here in this audience, who have supported for us to learn in other corporate sector engagements. That is how we went. We have gone to different places. We have organized clinics, say corporate sector programs, you name. Why not clinics? Someone is, wondering what type of a clinic is that? Huh? No, that's not the clinic we always know. It's a farm, there are farmer clinics, job clinics, you name, right? Job fairs. So we wanted to get exposed to many other things. So we did it. The 10-year agriculture exhibition, I still remember, right? So these all are important sessions that you really can add value to your career, which is very important. Plan your career at least at the 3rd year onwards. Learn something that you can make use of it. Right. Now, today, you are living in a digital world. You have a lot of access. You have access to a lot of, say, opportunities, right? You really need to look into them. Seek opportunities, read about it. Try to find, other areas where you can improve your career. Don't just get stick onto your degree only. You try to put icing onto it. This is very much important. You can add value in terms of marketing, in terms of, say, accounting, IT. This is very important. Why not? You also can add value on the development side, international relations, public relations, communications, very important. If you have them, you will do wonders, I'm sure. So today, I'm just, reiterating the importance of your engagement in such events, these kind of, engagements, simply because they all will help you to become a good person, to earn value, to carry a good brand image, and to deliver the best for your country. But you start it at the faculty right now. You have your family background, you have your college, school background, which is also important. But the university can make you a wonderful person, to the world. So that is where you need to think of. One other opportunity is to look opportunities in the international market, I would say. Why not? Yes, we are right now in a deep, problem because of the brain drain. We are losing all the best caliber people in this country. But I simply understand, okay, if that is the, say, market for you, at least you pick it, but you deliver the best there. Or before you leave, try to do something, better to your own country and deliver better. So with that, I would like to stop my speech at this moment. But again, I thank everyone who organized this and also invited me to share some of the experience that I have gained through being an agriculture student. We call it an agro, right? And enjoyed throughout the 4 years, having about over 11 months at Mailupalama. Still remember how nice it was. We planted 75 crops, not easy, right? And I still remember Mujit sir, you were there during that time. Wonderful, no? Atauda sir, they were the people who were supporting us. So very interesting. Time has passed, many things have changed, and we all can be really proud that, people have done well. Thank you so much and wish you all the very best.
We thank Mr. Munasinghe very much for his insightful speech.
We now invite Professor Sarath Kodituaku, Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Nalin Munasinghe.
Thank you, sir.
We are lucky and proud to have the Chief Executive Officer of the education sector in Sri Lanka with us today to witness the success of the final year research program of the faculty. Let me now have the pleasure of inviting the chief guest of FAuRS this year, Mr. Nihal Ranasinghe, the Secretary to the Ministry of Education and Higher Education, to address the gathering.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dean of the Faculty, senior professors, doctors, other senior public officials, members of the faculty, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me extend my sincere gratitude to Professor Kodituaku and the team for having invited me to grace this very important occasion. And I'm happy that I was able to secure my time to have a word with you. This symposium, Faculty of Agriculture, Undergraduate Research Symposium 21-22, is a very significant exercise that you all have undertaken in a time that is very, very challenging in all the spheres. As a secretary of a very important ministry. We are handling a very difficult set of tasks nowadays to manage the current system and maintain it for another couple of months at least. We have the government priorities. Because of the effects of the pandemic that we experienced during the past 2 years, and also the economic downturn that we experienced, we all are sharing equally the unbelievable set of challenges which we never faced. The matters handling in the organizations are much worse because we need to adhere to the government policy. We need to maintain the peaceful environmental conditions in organizations. And also we need to ensure that the mandated services are delivered to the citizens. So when it comes to the role of the government, the ministry has very clearly identified three areas. The first and foremost is the policy, government policy area. The action of the government is to guide the entire system in terms of the government policy that has been agreed upon and approved by the appropriate authorities. So the Ministry of Education has identified that we need to ensure that the proper guidances are in place. The second aspect is facilitation. When it comes to introducing the policy, we need to ensure that the particular sector is in operation for the benefit of the masses. Therefore, we need to facilitate in terms of providing facilities and other structures to ensure that the service delivery mechanism is effectively and efficiently maintained. Third area is the regulation. We need to regulate. We need to ensure that the systems in place are properly maintained on a sustainable basis with the framework of discipline. Therefore, we at the ministry level are doing all these three things. We let the agencies and organizations to operate according to their mandate, and we guide them, we facilitate them, and we advise them as to how they can regulate their agencies for sustainable service delivery systems. Agriculture sector, I'm not a scientist nor a technocrat, but to my mind, there are 7 aspects that I would like to talk about when it comes to the whole of agriculture system. First and foremost is the land-based management. we need to identify the potential land base for agriculture system. The second area is the technology and the systems that must be introduced. Third one is the human resource management in the sector. Fourth one is the cultivation management. Fifth one is the post-harvest management. Sixth one is the marketing management. And the seventh and the most important one is the research and development that you all have undertaken and you have gone through. And this forum is meant to appreciate your efforts. There may be many other subsectors, but when it comes to managing a particular sector, nowadays, many are talking about food security, sustainable food security. That, according to my understanding, is the thrust of the agriculture sector development. There are other sectors in the country. In the government structure, every other sector is dependent on the success and the effectiveness of this agriculture and food production sector. Therefore, you need to be mindful about the overall system of the country and also the stakeholders' expectations that are emerging from all these sectors when you manage the agriculture sector. You need always to become a relevant personality. A relevant personality is determined not by you, but by other stakeholders. Your output is basically, if they find that there's a very valuable input in terms of their managing systems and in terms of their realization of expectations, then only you can be considered as a relevant personality. So these efforts are very important in shaping your lifestyles, in shaping your educational activities to make it a relevant system on a sustainable basis. Therefore, we, the institutions, the academic staff, the scientists, all are getting together to make it a comprehensive, integrated, sustainable system. These things are very important. We cannot operate in isolation. Next year, we are stepping into 75th independence celebration. And Professor mentioned the faculty age is also almost similar. 75 years. When you sit back and see what have we achieved during that 75-year period, we cannot be satisfied about the way that we have come through. Therefore, I urge you all to revisit your perspectives, redesign and redefine your scope and your way of doing things and your way of looking at things. This is very important. That is why I mentioned we need to be mindful about the behavior of other subsectors. Maybe infrastructure, power and energy, housing development, social services, banking and finance. Every other system has a direct, symbiotic, and inextricably linked with the agriculture system. Therefore, I don't need to emphasize the significance of your role as students, as scientists, and as professionals in the times to come. Therefore, we from the ministry level always provide our fullest support and cooperation for the well-being of the institutional framework that are mandated under the Ministry of Education. So the university system is one such very important and significant aspect that we are managing. Therefore, I personally congratulate all the researchers for what they have achieved. And also, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Again, I wish to finally extend my sincere thanks for the academic staff, senior professors, doctors, and the faculties for their sheer commitment and dedication for the well-being of the future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words.
Now, I would like to cordially invite Professor Sarath Kodituaku, the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, to hand over a token of appreciation to our chief guest, Mr. Nihal Ranasinghe, the Secretary, Ministry of Education and Higher Education.
Thank you, sir.
Now, it's time for an exciting event. The final round of 3MT competition will happen now. To conduct the session, I would cordially invite Professor Janaki Muhutti, the coordinator of 3MT competition.
Thank you, Ushenya. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me briefly introduce you this competition to you. This 3MT or the 3-minute thesis competition was founded by the University of Queensland, Australia, and now it is being widely adopted by many leading universities in the world. Here, the student is expected to present the story of their thesis using a single, static, PowerPoint slide in 3 minutes in a language appropriate to a non-scientific audience. This year, we opened this competition to the other universities in Sri Lanka as well. And we had 28 entries for the first round. Out of these, 10 entries were selected for the semifinals, which was held yesterday. And of these, we selected the best two presentations for the final round to be held today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hold the final round of this 3MT competition. And here we have a distinguished panel of experienced judges to select the best of the best 3MT presenters. Let me introduce the judges to you. We have here Dr. Jayalatha Edirisinghe, Department of Civil Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya. Then we have Professor Chandra Godamune Herath, Faculty of Dental Sciences, University of Peradeniya. Dr. Sumali Disanayaka from Rajarata University of Sri Lanka, and Dr. Kalana Senaratne, Department of Law, Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya. Please give them a round of applause. Let me call upon the first contestant, Mr. Sahitha Karapitiya, to deliver his presentation.
What if you can make a mouth-watering cup of coffee just in 2 seconds? Would you do it? I would certainly do it. The same applies for roasting. Roasting is the most important step in coffee production. Traditionally, hot air is blown over the coffee bed to roast these beans. It takes 20 minutes to take these beans to a temperature of 240 degrees Celsius. However, if you use far infrared radiation, which is the longer wavelength section in the infrared spectrum, you could heat these beans much faster and efficiently. So, my research is all about using far infrared radiation to roast coffee beans and introduce this novel technology to the industry. The objectives of my study was to find the essentials of applying far infrared radiation to coffee roasting, and in that regard, modeling was considered important. To achieve these objectives, mathematical simulation was carried out, and the model was validated by measuring the center temperature of beans exposed to far infrared radiation. When gathering data, a bean was singularly exposed to 3 different radiation intensities, and the data was taken in triplicates, 3 replicates each. Further, beans were exposed to far infrared radiation to see whether all common coffee grades consumed by the consumers can be obtained using this technology. Ladies and gentlemen, the model computer data were in good agreement with the observed data. The validated model could be used to predict the bean temperature of coffee beans exposed to far infrared radiation. It took only 45 seconds, mind my word, 45 seconds to heat these beans to 300 degrees Celsius. If you use hot air, it takes 20 minutes. Measuring the surface temperature is impossible. My model estimates surface temperature with a great accuracy. And this model can be used to predict with different radiation intensities and with different beans with varying physical and chemical properties. Well, so the key takeaways from my research: far infrared radiation can be effectively used in coffee roasting. It saves time, energy, ultimately the money. Not only that, all common coffee grades consumed by the consumers, the light, the medium, and the dark, can be obtained using this technology. And for you, my dear researchers, use my model in your further research. Well, so Why waste your time, energy, and money when you have better options? Let's embrace the future of coffee industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sahita. Let me now invite the second contestant, Mr. Pamudita Pusalla, to deliver the presentation.
Deep fried food. What is coming to mind if we heard deep fried food? I'm sure maybe it is fried chicken, French fries, or what they like, something like that. Did you ever notice the safety side of these fried items? I'm pretty sure majority of you have no idea about the safety of those kind of fried food items. So, you know, when repeatedly heating, the oil becomes very unsafe because there are so many health issues like radical formations and trans fatty acid formation. But in the hotel industry, they identify they can use the same oil sample again and again up to a certain level based on the total polar material value. It was determined by the oil testers, but these are very expensive and not available in local market. So they have to import those kind of test kits in from the international manufacturers. But this is the case. During current time, during situation, Sri Lanka facing a huge economic crisis. So it is difficult to import those kind of test kits from the international manufacturers. So why we import those kind of test kits? Can't we develop a method from ourselves? Yes, we can, and we almost done. Let's earn dollars. You know, when we repeatedly heat oils, it becomes dark. You know, it becomes dark when the color is changed up to dark situation. So I developed an economically feasible test kit and the mobile application to determine the rancidity levels and the total polar material values of an unknown phytoin sample. So during my study, I found that there is a positive strong correlationship between the total polar material value and the color value. So the obtained data was used to develop the mobile application. So as the ultimate outcome, we can use this mobile application to determine the total polar material value and color values and acceptance or rejection of the oil in a short time and economically feasible manner. And when we perform the mobile app, we can take a photograph and then analyze it through the mobile application and then get the result as total polar material value, color value, and also acceptance or rejection. So this is the first ever mobile application that is developed to identify the rancidity level. So thank you.
Thank you, Pamudita. We will let you know who the winner is during the awarding session. And I would like to thank our judging panel for being here with us today for judging the session. And thank you, everyone. And over to you, Rasinta. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. This session would not be complete unless we let some of our students to share their thoughts and ideas regarding FAuRS. Our organizing committee has prepared a short video clip to show how the students expressing their experiences throughout this journey. So sit back and enjoy this video clip.
FAuRS is the most awaited and the most important event, the academic calendar of the Faculty of Agriculture. It is a place where we reach our peak performance in our undergraduate life. FAuRS provides a platform to convert our theoretical concepts into glimpses of practical agriculture. It enables us to taste the essence of the field implementation and the industrial implementation of our theoretical concepts. Very significantly, FAuRS provides a platform to disseminate our knowledge to a wide audience. And now, few of my colleagues will take you through a journey to tell you how, with a wider range of opportunities, FAuRS had shaped their experiences to mold themselves as better communicators and scientists.
I'm Nipuni Jayasinghe. I conducted my research with reference to a sample of farmers from the Galkadapathana Gramanidhari division to reveal the cognitive factors that would predict the adoption of soil conservation efforts by farmers in the hill region. And the research findings revealed the pervasive role of perceived behavior control in predicting farmers' soil conservation efforts. And being a person who is passionate in photography and videography, I was particularly interested in FAuRS workshops on photography and videography, which educated us on more unique and interesting ways of projecting our research findings targeting a non-scientific community. And I'm looking forward to compete myself in the FAuRS competitions as well as to expose myself to new ways of disseminating my research findings.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tinchan Chaturanga, and my research was about macroalgae or seaweeds. Macroalgae or seaweeds is a field which is yet to be studied in large extent. So what I did was I collected some seaweeds from Hikadu area and identified them based on their morphological characteristics. In these seaweeds, there are living symbiotic organisms. We call them endophytes. This is also an understudied area. So I cultured them in a microbiological laboratory. During this time period, I was able to meet several kinds of people. And it was really a great experience to collect seaweeds against the sea waves. Before I start all these things, I got the opportunity to attend several FAuRS sessions. In those sessions, some experts shared their experiences and knowledge with us. With those sessions, I got a huge encouragement to share and pre-plan my project. So I'm really grateful to the faculty and my supervisors, as well as the FAuRS committee to giving us these opportunities and guiding in these projects.
I'm Navadi. I conducted my research in community nutrition stream targeting obese subfertile women of childbearing age in Sri Lanka. We developed a mobile-based nutrition education application for obese subfertile women to disseminate evidence-based scientific knowledge to the target population. From the FAuRS workshop series, Success in Research Tips and Tools, the sessions on obtaining ethical clearance and data presentation and visualization techniques were really helpful for me within my research phase. Apart from that, the workshops on graphical abstract and research videography were really helpful for me when designing them for research competitions. Finally, I would like to grateful for the faculty for giving us this great opportunity within our undergraduate life.
I'm Lavindra Sachin. During the past 3 months, my research experience was an unforgettable one. I conducted it in the peri-urban areas of the Colombo district, including Formagama, Paduka, and Koskama VS ranges. So I conducted a productivity analysis to assess their total factor productivity. For this, it was key to formulate my questionnaire survey. So, FAuRS 2022 workshop series, Success in Research, really helped me to formulate my questionnaire survey. In one of the workshops, it gave an insight how to conduct a successful survey. So, I was able to master my survey out of that. I'm looking forward for FAuRS 2022 and its proceedings.
My name is Gotchku Emmanuel Amonike, and I'm an undergraduate at the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, and I've been here for the last 5 years. My final year research was on aflatoxins and commonly used raw materials used in concentrate feed production in Sri Lanka. For my research, I tried to evaluate the quantities of aflatoxins in the raw materials and see the relationship those aflatoxin concentrations had with the feed nutrient parameters. For the last 3 months of my research, the regular workshops organized by the FAuRS organizing committee has been really helpful for me to achieve my objectives, to write very well as a scientific writer, to present my data to different audiences, both technical people and non-technical people. Now, these workshops were not just helpful for me to do my research properly, but I believe that they will be helpful for me even in the near future as I intend to pursue postgraduate studies and do more research, write more papers in index journals. So I'm really thankful to the faculty, to the FAuRS organizing committee, to my batch mates that I've been for the last 5 years, and to everyone who has seen that I come to this point in my life.
I'm Ahmad Samad. I've conducted research in Morinda citrifolia, commonly known as Ahu, which are underexploited in Sri Lanka, to evaluate its bioactive compounds and functional properties like antioxidant properties, anti-inflammatory properties, and anti-diabetic properties, as evident for consuming it as a food supplement. From the FAuRS online workshop series, the sessions on data analysis techniques and finally research project criteria were important to me as tips and tools for the success in my final year research project. And I was really interested and applied for the 3-meet thesis competition, which was organized by FAuRS committee and funded by University of Queensland. This final year research project was the most important phase of my university career. And along with my backmates, we are looking enthusiastically for the FAuRS 2022.
So we now invite the keynote speaker, Mr. Nayana Marbil Mada, President of Property Group John Keels Holding, to address the FAuRS.
Get this out of the way. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. First, I have a confession to make. When the Dean, Professor Kodituaku, invited me to come and speak to you all today, I told him, I know nothing about agriculture. And then he said, no, kind of like somebody said he won't take no for an answer. He said, no, you come and speak to them and see. I said, well, I'm not an academic either. But then he told me something which I thought really was quite intriguing. He said, take this as an opportunity to speak to the students. And maybe that's what I will do today. So with the permission of all the distinguished guests, the secretary, the dean, the deputy vice chancellor, and everybody else, let's just kind of go through a little bit, and I'll try to give you a few tidbits which may be relevant to some of your lives as you kind of go through your careers, because your university obviously is the first step of the rest of your life. I think a life of learning and a life of growth. Let me just start off with one small quote from the American Pulitzer Prize winning poet who said, "Oh, what will you do with your one wild and precious life?" I think that is a question that each and every one of the students, the youngsters in this room, should be asking yourself. You probably are asking yourself. Let me ask you a question though. And I asked Professor Kodituaku, can I ask the question? But I will. And he said, he challenged that I wouldn't get a response. Let's see. How many of y'all actually want to leave the country in the next 3 years? Only one. Oh my goodness. That means either you're not being honest, you're scared. Is it true? Can I ask that again? How many of y'all would like to leave the country in the next 3 years? Please raise your hands. Don't be scared. Now we have more. Some reluctantly raising, Can I dare somebody to stand up and say why they would like to leave the country? No. Okay, so I'm sure in private, you all would all have a very, very strong opinions, okay? And I think one of the first things maybe launching into your careers is you need to be really honest with yourself about what is it you want to do with your one wild and precious life. Because the only thing that really matters is how you feel about it and what you're going to get out of it. And a lot of that depends on your perspective. The reason I asked whether anybody would dare to say why is because maybe we could have a conversation about perspective. So I run a company that is not at all related to what you guys do. I run a real estate company, John Case Properties, and we build these big, huge buildings all over the city in Colombo primarily, but also around the country. And one of the young staff in my country, in my group, recently came up to me and said, "Naina, this is the worst it's ever been in Sri Lanka. This is terrible. I want to leave." I stopped him in the hallway and said, if you think this is the worst it's ever been, that means you really haven't lived long enough. Life is full of these ups and downs, and the more senior members of the faculty, I'm sure, will testify to this. We through our post-independence era in particular, Sri Lanka has been through incredible ups and downs. But this is really not the worst. I remember back in the late 1980s, when I was doing O-levels, we had this massive, you're all aware of it, a massive conflict between the JVP and the government at the time. It was very, very bloody. My mother grew up in Kalutara, and we used to go bathe in the river, but we stopped bathing in the river since then because there was a little inlet where lots of dead bodies used to come and wash up. And it was really a very scary time to be a young person in Sri Lanka. For the 2 years between, say, O-level and A-level, I really didn't go to school. I was between Gaul and Kandy, and I couldn't. And then, I think maybe what I would like to just get across to you guys is, when life will always throw things at you, question is, do you have the strength? Do you have the courage? Do you have the attitude to kind of stand up and fight? So I took it after that. I picked up the pieces. I was really quite down and out. And I said, you know what? I actually want to leave the country. And despite my parents' objections, I managed to get into a university in the United States and get a scholarship. And I left. Everybody thought I was nuts to leave. Everybody thought my parents were crazy here to let me go. But I left. But since the day I left, I always had this thing of, what is Sri Lanka in my life? What am I going to do? What is the meaning of why am I here to do this? So I left to study architecture. And I spent, I did fairly well in school. And I started working in the United States. But then, part of me kept feeling, look, I really want to do something back at home. And then that led to a kind of journey of discovery where I started studying city planning, then did a little bit of policy work, and then started studying business as well. Because everywhere I went, I felt, okay, I don't have the skills that I need to do something else I wanted to do. And I would never really take no for an answer. And I kept going. But then came a point where I said, I really want to come back home, but I need to chart a path back home. And I wanted to really work in an area where I could have a substantial impact on the country. So I said, okay, look, let me try to do development related work. And then I wanted to work for ADB. So I was 27 at the time, very young, very naive. So nobody at ADB would actually give me an interview because I was very, very young, kind of stupid. So I actually just managed to collect money and buy a plane ticket, and I went to Manila myself. I just knocked on the door. And I found one guy after like maybe, 50 emails. One guy said, come, I'll have a chat with you. And then I went into this interview. I was 27. And then he introduced me to a few other people. And this was one of the most frustrating experiences of my life. Because every single place I walked into, they said, oh, you're like my son. Because all these guys were PhDs, double PhDs, brilliant people, academics, really smart people, most of them about 50 something years old. And here I am this 27-year-old kid. And the first question they would ask me is, how old are you? So then I had one last discussion with this guy who was head of the South Asia Urban Division. And I was like, look, this is all I've got. So I went back, I took my CV, I deleted my date of birth. And then I went for the interview. This is all all within a couple of 2 days actually in Manila. And then this guy predictably started like, oh, Nayana, you're like my son. How old are you? And at that point, I looked him straight in the face. I said, don't ask me how old I am. Ask me what I can do for you. Fast forward 3 more months, and I was the youngest ever professional staff recruited by ADB. They didn't know what to do with me because I was younger than all the young professionals in their young professionals program. So I worked out of Manila for quite a few years, doing work all over South Asia, a little bit in Sri Lanka, but this path was always, when do you move back home? So then again, if I fast forward a little bit into about 2007, it came to a point where I told my wife, I was married, I had one child at the time. I said, Chitra, if we don't go now, we're going to just get too comfortable where we are. Let's just go. And then I dropped everything and I said, I'm coming back home. I had lined up a couple of things to maybe do in Colombo. I moved back. As soon as I moved back, I quit my job, which was really well paying and everything. And here I am trying to make it. And then I was looking for schools for my son, and then the bomb went off. This was during the war, mind you. Bomb went off, and we were like, just too uncomfortable, too dangerous. Didn't feel comfortable leaving this. I couldn't go back to Manila. So I said, okay, what do? You got to pick up and start over and do something else. So I moved to Kandy, which is where I'm from. That's when I met Professor Kodituaku as well. I taught briefly at Peradeniya in the MBA program. But then I said, look, let me try something completely different. And I started a small business. Absolute miserable failure, actually. I lost all my money, all my life savings. It was really a failure. But it was interesting to me because, here I had this Harvard MBA and all this stuff. And my mother was like, "Pata ochchara loku iskol walta gilla wata be kannadi saappuwak karaganda berida." Was her kind of narrative, which is true, And then I decided really this is not what I'm very passionate about. And I started going back into the development consulting area that I started to do. Did fairly well in that. And then an opportunity came along with some former colleagues of mine to start an investment bank. And I was like, oh, here's something that I haven't tried before. Tried it for a couple of years. It actually was working out okay, but I found it really boring, actually. It's quite boring. And then I got this opportunity to work. Somebody came and asked me, do you want to, be the DG of the Urban Development Authority? This is about 2015. And I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. Because it really was at one level what I wanted to do when I started studying planning and so on. And so I worked in the government for a brief period. I worked on the LRT, the railway suburban railway, and many other projects which unfortunately are now cancelled. But I spent a bit of time in this, and then again you get this point of self-reflection, saying, are you comfortable? Is this really what you want to do? And I made up my mind at that point that the politics really wasn't my cup of tea, and I started going. I left the government and started working for John Keels, where I work in the property space, and now I lead the property sector for John Keels. But what I hope you gather out of this little tirade is, life is rarely a straight line. It's rarely a straight line. Don't expect your career to be a straight line. Ask yourself this question: what is it in life that you really want to do? Set yourself a kind of medium-term or long-term vision of, look, what excites you? Be very, very honest about it. And what is it that you really want to look back on your life when you're, 60, 70, 80 years old, and see what have you done? And let, be like a river. The obstacles will come. You will definitely have obstacles, but you really need to have the courage to just stand up and fight again when you get knocked down, and you will certainly get knocked down. And through that process, you will have lots of failures. One of my professors once told me, failures are pillars of success if you embrace them that way. You have to look at failures. You should not be afraid of failures. Failures are kind of part of life. Failures help you define new paths. Failures help you test new waters. And when you're young in particular, I don't think you should ever be afraid to fail. I don't think you should ever be afraid to challenge convention. And really just kind of go after what in your heart you think you really want to do. And if you follow that kind of path, hopefully you will live lives of satisfaction towards the end of your careers. Now, this question of Sri Lanka, though, is a tough one. So when Sri Lanka it's in a bit of a mess, actually. And we can admit it. We can argue about why it's in a mess, what exactly is the mess. But on the back of that mess, there is also, I feel, opportunity. Because this is kind of a point in our history where, my generation has failed all of you, actually. We've failed you, miserably failed you. We are where we are because I think post-independence, we really haven't made the decisions we've had to make. We've never taken the stances we've had to take. We've probably put a lot of bad people in power over the years. And this is maybe too controversial, sorry. But the thing is, though, there's two ways to handle it. One is fill your papers to go to Australia. And the other is to just stand up and say, you know what, I can be part of this change. So my hope really among all of you is that, you will find the courage throughout your careers. And this is the beginning, as the Deputy Vice Chancellor said, you're going out. It's a very, very hyper-competitive, difficult world out there. And you will have to find your way. And you definitely will fail along the way. But part of your journey of discovery in your careers is understanding what you're good at and understanding what you're really not good at, and meandering and finding your path along the way. So, I think I would just kind of go back to think why, at least in my life, I've always tried to look at the positives, because in my household, my mother and father are two polar opposites, right? Sri Lanka is half a glass of water. You've heard the phrase, I hope, half a glass of water. My mother is an eternal pessimist. So she will say, look, you have half a glass of water, the rest of it's going to evaporate. It's not enough for all of us. We're all going to die. My father is maybe the most optimistic person I know. He's like, you have half a glass of water. What are you going to do with it? And I like to think I'm a little bit more like my father. Sri Lanka is half a glass of water. It's got lots of problems. But we are at an inflection point in Sri Lanka where we've done so many things that are wrong that now we almost have no choice but to do the right thing. So very, very difficult transitions, very, very difficult political decisions, very, very difficult commercial decisions will be made. Some by choice, some kind of not really, but they will have to be done. And the question to all of y'all is, which ones of you will stand in Sri Lanka, put your shoulder to it, and try to make something of this half a glass of water that we have? I hope enough of you do, and those among the audience that didn't raise their hands, stick around and put your shoulder to it, and try to make something of it, and try to make something of your careers in the whole process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mavil Mada, for your inspiring speech. Before handing over the token of appreciation, I would like to invite Dr. Dilini Hemachandra to brief us about the keynote speaker, Mr. Nayana Mavil Mada.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, and my dear students. I take great pleasure in talking about the keynote speaker, Mr. Nayana Mavil Mada, such a dynamic and a versatile character we all wish our graduates would be one day. This is evident from his vast experience working in the private and public as well as non-governmental organizations in many countries in the world. In fact, his bold career choices have been converted to a case study as a Harvard case study. You may find it if you Google it. At present, Mr. Mavil Mada is the president of the property industry group at John Keells Holdings. He has extensive international experience in planning and urban development, working within both the private and public sector domains. Among his previous roles, Mr. Mavil Mada has served as the Director General of the Urban Development Authority of Sri Lanka and as an urban development specialist for the Asian Development Bank based in Manila, Philippines. He was also the team leader for the National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy for Sri Lanka, funded by the Asian Development Bank. Mr. Mavil Mada's academic training includes an MBA from the Harvard Business School, a Master of City Planning from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and a Bachelor of Architecture from Hampton University in the USA. Students, as you see, Mr. Mavil Mada has seen and been to greener pastures you all aspire now today. But he decided to return and serve the country, and he's doing pretty good for himself as well. Something to think about. Thank you.
We now invite Professor Sarath Kodituakku, Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, to present the token of appreciation to our keynote speaker, Mr. Nayana Mavil Mada. Thank you, sir.
Now, I would like to invite Mr. Nihal Ranasinghe, Chief Guest of FAuRS, on stage for launching the proceedings of Faculty of Agriculture Undergraduate Research Symposium, and also Professor Sarath Kodituaku, the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, to accompany the chief guest to the stage. This year proceedings carry 305 abstracts of interesting research projects undertaken by the graduates of the 3 degree programs of the faculty. This flippable ebook was created by Mr. Isuru Kasturi Arachi, a final year undergraduate student of the faculty. Let us give him a round of applause. The student copy of the proceedings are now available in the Agri Hub to be accessed by all the students.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
As the students mentioned, they had many opportunities to showcase their multi-talents. Research Briefs is one such activity where our blooming scientists attempted to take their research findings to general public. The winning research briefs are staged as the Hantana Blossoms magazine.
Now it's the time to officially launch the Hantana Blossoms magazine of this year. For the launching the magazine, we cordially invite Acting Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, Professor Terence Madhujit. We invite Professor Sarath Kodituaku, the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, to accompany him to the stage.
Thank you, sir. Now, it is the most awaited time of the day. You all have been eagerly awaiting to know the results of the technical and non-technical competitions organized for FAuRS this year.
For the awarding ceremony, our invitation goes to the leading figure who ensured the successful completion of all the events and activities related to FAuRS.
Professor Varshidandaniya, coordinator of FAuRS this year. We cordially invite you to conduct the awarding ceremony.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you all can see me now. Okay, distinguished invitees who are joining with us on ground as well as online, my dear students, and ladies and gentlemen, and it is my honor to conduct the awarding ceremony today. So as mentioned before, the faculty, this faculty is organizing the FAuRS annually to provide a platform for graduates to present, discuss, and disseminate their final semester research findings and interact with experts in the sector, peers, and prospective employers. And this is the most awaited moment in FAuRS every year. So this is the end point of the journey that we started in July 2022 this year. So as you all know, there were 8 open competitions. We have been repeatedly telling this since the beginning of this closing ceremony. And in addition, there were 3 closed competitions. And in the open competitions, all the 4,200 CD students, that mean our final years, had the opportunity to participate in 1 or more competitions. And this year, the salient feature is 2 competitions, that is 3MT, and invention and innovation competitions were open for any university student in the country or outside. And also the students competed with the students of the 4-2 series of the faculty. The participants for the 3 closed competitions were selected at the department level, considering their performance at the final year project presentations. As you know, the oral presentations we held today morning, and the post presentations were held yesterday. The best oral presenter of the day will be awarded with a gold medal sponsored by FAuRS and company. And all the competitions were evaluated by external evaluators, both local and international. So with that brief introduction, let me now begin the award ceremony of FAuRS 2021-22. So to begin, I humbly request Professor Terence Madhujit, the Acting Vice Chancellor of University of Peradeniya, to come to the stage. And he will be accompanied by Professor Sarath Kodithuaku, the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture. So I will have to stand a little higher than you. I hope you don't mind. So the names of the students and the winning submissions will appear on the screen. So you can keep your eyes on both sides. And I'm sorry, I will have to keep you await here for a little longer because I have to read a brief description about each and every competition when I am announcing the winners. And I request the students to come to the stage to accept the awards after I announce your name. And all the winners will receive a cash award and a certificate. The cash award will be deposited to your account. So make sure you give us the account details before you leave the university, if you need the money, okay? Okay, so let's first begin with our open competitions, the 3-minute competition. I know Professor Janaki Mohati delivered a brief description about what is 3MT, but let me remind you all again. 3MT is a research communication competition that aims to develop academic presentation and research communication skills by effectively explaining the outcomes of the undergraduate research that conducted over 4 months period in just 3 minutes and using a single slide. And I hope you all realize it is a very challenging task. And in this competition, students have to present with a single slide, as I mentioned. And this is something now becoming very popular in several PhD programs around the world. And as Professor Mohati also mentioned, the 3MT was first introduced by University of Queensland, Australia. And our faculty is the first to get the rights to perform this in Sri Lanka. So as one step forward, this year we have opened the 3MT competition for external applicants, and we received applications from several universities, including University of Uvavellassa, Vayamba University of Sri Lanka, and I think even Rajarata University of Sri Lanka and Sabaragamu as well. And the internal and external competitors were evaluated together, and the selections were made accordingly after 3 rounds of evaluations. And you all witnessed the 2 finalists just a few minutes ago. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me announce the winners. So the second runner-up of the 3MT competition is TADM Imesha, or for her present. It is for her presentation on yogurt without gelatin. And the first runner-up is, I hope you all are very excited to hear the name. It's PDPC Pusella for his, it is for his presentation on digital detection of frying oil, rancidity levels, and color profiles using a mobile application. And the winner of 3MT competition is SL Karapitia. And his presentation, as you all witnessed, was on is on coffee, the most consumed beverage. Okay, so next move to the next open competition, the graphical abstract contest. In this competition, the students presented the important findings of the entire project, or just a fraction of it, as a pictorial and a visual summary. A graphical abstract helps capturing the content of the article or the project report for readers at a single glance. Therefore, the readers can understand the main message of the article or report without having to read through the entire text. So after evaluating all the submissions, the panel selected 3 winners. I must mention here, nearly 91 students registered for graphical abstract competition, and they made a lot of submissions, and we had evaluators joining from different parts of the world. So I must thank them all at this juncture. So the second runner-up of the graphical abstract contest is WPT Vijayanayaka. And the title of the research of Mr. Vijayanayaka is Isolation and Characterization of Root Nodule Rhizobia in Non-Edible Legumes in Anuradhapura district to formulate biofertilizer for edible legume cultivation. The first runner-up is VPI Bhagya. The title of Ms. Bhagya's presentation was Consumer Awareness and Acceptance of Insect-Based Food and Feed in Sri Lanka. And the winner of the graphical abstract contest, DVS Abhay Singha. Mr. Abhay Singha's research title is Screening of Essential Oil Composition and Antioxidant Activity of Olerosins, I hope I said it correctly, extracted from the leaves of allspice Pimentar Diocia. Oh, Dioca. Sorry. Okay, so let's turn to another open competition, which we open up for the external participants as well. So this is the invention and innovation competition. Let me briefly read out the introduction. The invention and innovation is a competition introduced to FAuRS to provide an opportunity for the final year students to present their innovative research outputs. The applications are evaluated by a panel of judges appointed by the Sri Lanka Inventors Commission, and it is a unique feature of this competition. The applicants also have the opportunity to compete under national level competition, Sahasak Nipevum, organized by the Sri Lanka Inventors Commission. The innovation and inventions competition plays a vital role in the process of promoting innovative culture within the undergraduate community of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. This year, the FAuRS organizing committee opened the invention and innovation competition for external students. The external category included the submissions from students other than the 4,200 series of the Faculty of Agriculture, as well as students from other local and foreign universities. So that means like even the first year to third year students could also apply for this competition and under the external category. And the internal and external applications were evaluated separately, and the winners were selected under these two categories separately. And we also identified an overall winner who was chosen for this competition. Now, let me first introduce the winners of the internal category. The second runner-up, J.H.M. Fernando. And this is for her research on formulation and quality evaluation of symbiotic concentrated type yogurt using underutilized fruit in Sri Lanka. And the first runner-up is PDPC Pusal. And this is for his research titled Digital Detection of Frying Oil Rancidity Levels and Color Profiles Using a Mobile Application. And the winner of the internal category of innovations and inventions competition, C. Kurupuarachi. This is for his research on grading of dry coffee beans for specialty coffee using image processing techniques. And let me announce the winner of the external category. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the external category is S.U. Artiagala. The title of her invention is Providing a Solution for Food and Nutrition Security Crisis Through Value Addition of Pumpkin. And Ms. Artiagala is a student of Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya from the third year batch, that is 17 ATM group, sorry, 17 BFST. She's following Bachelor of Food Science and Technology degree program, and she's in her third year. We hope to see you in next year FAuRS as well. Okay, so now the overall winner for the invention and innovation competition of FAuRS is C. Kurupuarachi. It is for his research on grading of dry coffee beans for specialty coffee and using image processing technique. Okay, let me take you to another open competition, which is we introduced since last year, a Research-Toon competition. So Research-Toon is basically cartoons. So we know our undergraduates are very talented in drawing cartoons, especially during lectures. They draw cartoons and pass. So we thought, why not evaluate this skill as well for research communication? Okay. So the Research-Toon competition allowed the final year research students to visualize their research findings in cartoon drawings to deliver the message to general public effectively. The cartoons are used to stimulate inquiries, to initiate discussions, and to enhance scientific thinking. The essence of humor is the most attractive feature of the cartoons. The Research-Toon also disseminates the message to the public very fast. And in this competition, the most creative and influential visualization of the research in a cartoon was selected as winners. And as our judging panel, we had very eminent journalists also joined, several evaluators joined. So let me announce the names of the winners. The second runner-up of the Research-Toon competition is TADM Imesha. And it is for the cartoon on development of green gelatin-free set yogurt with seafood phycocolloids. The first runner-up is LMSM Kalhari. Her research was on potential gelatin replacement in set yogurt, use of exopolysaccharide producing YoFlex Premium 6.0 starter culture. And the winner of the Research-Toon competition is WMAWYC Veerasekara. And it is for her research on growth and yield responses of maize to inoculants of plant growth promoting rhizobacteria under field conditions. Okay, now let's turn to another open competition. I have to keep you here, sir. So that is the research briefs competition. The research brief is a one-page article that carries the findings of the final year research project written in a simple language with no scientific jargon to address the non-scientific community or the general public. So every year, the students participate in research brief competition in Sinhala, English, or Tamil media. This is very useful in cascading the scientific findings of our students to the general public, media, and also to the farming community. The best article in each medium is awarded, and in addition to the winning articles, all the best articles are published in the Hantana Blossom magazine that we launched a few minutes ago. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to introduce the winners of the research brief competition. So let me first introduce the winner of the Sinhala medium. The Sinhala medium research brief competition, the winner is MMT Vijayasekara. And the research brief of Ms. Vijayasekara is on පෝෂක ගුණයෙන් සහ ඖෂධීය ගුණයෙන් අනූන දේශීය කොට්ටම්බා ශාක විශේෂ. And then in Tamil medium, the winner is C. Tanan Sayan. The Tamil title is a bit long. Even with my little Tamil skills, I won't be able to tell it correctly. So let me give you the English translation. Thank you, Professor Mawjood, for quickly translating this for me. Investigation of nitrogenous efficiency using neem, sorghum, sesame punak for BG300 rice cultivation in RBE soil. And the winner of the English medium research brief competition is TADM Imesha. And it is for her research brief on gelatin-free set yogurt with seaweed phycocolloids. Okay, let me take you to another competition, that is research video competition. The research video competition is an open competition which assesses the ability of the final year undergraduate students to communicate their final year research findings in a short video, I think of 3 minutes, to a non-specialist audience. And the scientists extensively use this technique to present and disseminate research outcomes to the general public, industry stakeholders and policy makers and development practitioners. So ladies and gentlemen, the second runner-up of the research video competition is PWNT Veerasinghe. And it is for her research on vulnerability of the households in marginalized urban communities to food insecurity in the face of soaring food inflation in Sri Lanka. An insight from the Purnawata West GN division in Kandy district. The first runner-up is RGND Jayasinghe. It is for her research on cognitive factors affecting soil conservation efforts of farmers in the hill country of Sri Lanka. An insight from Galkadapatana village in the Valapane Divisional Secretariat. And the winner of research video competition is a name that came up a couple of times, SL Karapitia. And it is for his research on simulation of temperature profiles of coffee bean roasted under far infrared radiation. Acting Vice Chancellor Sir and Dean Sir, thank you very much. I kindly request you to sit and enjoy the video clips prepared by Dr. Anuradha Jayavira based on the 3 submissions combining the first, second, and third places and some comments from the judges.
Coffee is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Just in October 2022, 9.8 million bags of coffee have been exported worldwide. 2 billion cups of coffee are consumed daily. Hello everyone, I'm Sahita Karapitiya from the Department of Agriculture Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, presenting you my research project, simulation of a temperature profile of coffee beans roasted under far infrared radiation. In this video, I'm going to cover 4 topics. Number 1, the background of my research. Number 2, the methodology that I have used. Number 3, the results that I have to share with you. Number 4, finally my conclusions. So let's get onto the video. Roasting is the most important step in coffee processing. In conventional roasting process, they use convective heating where they blow hot air onto coffee beds to roast coffee. That's good. But the problem is it consumes more time as well as energy. Research have shown use of far infrared radiation in agriculture processing saves more time as well as energy because it can rapidly heat materials. But there is lack of research conducted on the topic of using far infrared radiation in coffee roasting. So the aim of my research is to see and investigate whether far infrared radiation can be effectively used in coffee roasting, and to simulate the center temperature of the coffee bean and predict the surface temperature when it is roasted under far infrared radiation, and to see whether all roasting degrees can be obtained when we roast coffee using far infrared radiation. The methodology consists of mainly 3 sections. Number 1, to build a computer model. Number 2, obtain experimental data to validate the model. Number 3, roast more coffee beans to see whether all roasting degrees can be obtained. Well, the results of my study was really satisfactory. I'll break the results into 3 sections for you to understand. Number 1, the validation of the model. Number 2, prediction of the surface temperature. Number 3, determination of the roasting degrees. There was a good agreement of it between the model predicted data as well as the experimental data that I have obtained. When the coffee beans are roasted using convective heating, it takes about 20 minutes to heat the coffee beans to a temperature about 240 degrees Celsius. But in my study, I found that it takes only 45 seconds to heat the center of the coffee bean to a temperature about 300 degrees Celsius. So that's really a savior of time. So in the second step, I predicted the surface temperature. You can see that the bean surface is unevenly heated, which is needed in coffee roasting. It was observed that the light roast, medium roast, dark roast, all the 3 essential roasting degrees can be obtained when we roast coffee beans under FIR. So let's move on to the conclusion that I want to leave with you. First and the foremost, I want to conclude that far infrared radiation can be effectively used in coffee roasting, and all the coffee roasting degrees can be obtained when we roast coffee beans using FIR. And finally, this model can be used by aspiring researchers as an aid in their further research. Let's hope for a sustainable agriculture with a better coffee production.
Soil erosion and loss of soil fertility are significant environmental issues with adverse effect on farm livelihoods in the hill country of Sri Lanka. Expansion and intensification of commercial vegetable farming in the absence of adequate efforts to conserve soil have led to soil degradation at an alarming rate in the Central Hills. Although farmers have been constantly made aware of the risks of soil degradation on their livelihoods, adoption of soil conservation measures in the hill region still remains at an unsatisfactory level. The findings of the research depicted the pervasive role of farmers' perceived behavioral control in predicting their tendency to adopt soil conservation measures, which means a farmer's view of how easy or difficult it is to carry out the activity of interest was more influencing to conserve soil than any other cognitive factor, which was tested through the study.
Thank you. I hope you all have enjoyed that short video. Now I would like to cordially invite our chief guest, Mr. Nihal Ranasinghe, the Secretary to the Ministry of Education and Higher Education, to come to the stage for recognizing the winners of rest of the competitions. And I kindly request Professor Sarath Kodithuakur, the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, to accompany the chief guest. Okay, so there's two more open competitions. The first one, research storybook competition. Let me briefly read out what is it about. The research storybook competition allowed undergraduate research students to present their findings to the general audience in a more abstract and illustrative manner. This competition expected all the participants to capture about 10 to 15 photos based on their research and illustrate them as a photo book. This photo book should represent the aspects of research being undertaken and visually illustrate the value of the undergraduate research finding. Let me announce the winners. The second runner-up of this research storybook competition is EMDD Ekanayaka. It is for the research based on effect of stocking density on growth, feed conversion, and survival of critically endangered freshwater fish in Sri Lanka, orange fin labio under captivity. The first runner-up, DVS Abhay Singha. It is for the screening of essential oil composition and antioxidant activity of oleoresins extracted from the leaves of allspice. And the winner of the research storybook competition is PDPC Pusalla. I hope you all know about his research by now. Yes, it's digital detection of frying oil rancidity levels and color profiles using a mobile application. Next, I would like to announce the winners of another open competition. It is the Scientific Eye Photography Competition. The Scientific Eye Photography Competition evaluated the use of photo imaging techniques to illustrate or record scientific information. And scientists used this tool to disseminate research outcomes to the general public in a more abstract and illustrative manner. And the challenge was to produce a photograph representing the undergraduate research to a wider audience in an abstract manner. And the photographs included the outcomes of the students' research in a self-explanatory manner. Okay. So let me announce the winners. The second runner-up, EMN Manjula. And her research was on Paint Your Life with Food Colors. That is the title of her photo. And the first runner-up is PDPC Pusella. So his photograph is titled Art Behind Deep Frying. And the winner of Scientific Eye Photographic Competition is AGUN Seneviratna. And Ms. Seneviratna titled her photograph as Better Together Than Alone. And this is the photograph in the Hantana Blossom magazine as well, in the cover page. Next, let me announce the winners of the 3 close competitions. As I mentioned to you earlier, the 3 close competitions were held among the students nominated by the 8 departments of studies of the faculty. First, let me announce about the Merit Award for Undergraduate Research. The Merit Award for Undergraduate Research reward the scientific merit of research projects carried out by our final year undergraduates. There are 305 final year students who completed their research projects under all 3 degree programs offered by the faculty. And these were evaluated at the department level, and based on the scientific content of the final year research presentation, altogether 27 nominations have been made to this competition. And the students who were nominated for the competition were requested to submit an extended abstract, and these abstracts were evaluated by an eminent panel of judges under 4 themes: agronomy, plant sciences and ecology, food and feed technologies, and social sciences and statistics. So let me now announce the winners based on the themes. In the agronomy theme, the winner is R.I. Sandeepani. Her research is on root morphological variation and molecular screening of deeper rooting in selected rice varieties in response to drought. Then the winner of the plant sciences and ecology theme is HDOP Inuri. And the title of her research is Management of Southern Blight of Watermelon Caused by Sclerotorium rolfsi using fragmented DNA and non-viable mycelia of the pathogen. Ladies and gentlemen, the next theme is on food and feed technologies, and the winner is KSTKP Karyavasam. And her research is development of 2 types of isotonic beverages with functional attributes using natural and synthetic ingredients. And the 4th theme, social sciences and statistics. And the winner is MACD Malaviarachi. And her research is on decomposition of the determinants of food price inflation in Sri Lanka during the period 2016 to 2022. Let me now announce the winners of the poster presentations. We had the poster presentation sessions yesterday. The final year students of all 3 degree programs offered by the faculty who completed their 4-2 series research presented at the department level. And as I mentioned earlier, the department sent the nominations for the students who will be making presentations in the poster session. So we had 27 poster presentations this time under 4 themes. And let me announce the winners of the first theme, agricultural production and productivity improvement. The winner is BVR Basnayaka. And you can see the co-authors of the post presentation on screen. So the title of Mr. Basnayaka's research is on mitigation of ruminal methane production in non-lactating purebred Holstein Friesian heifers, dietary inclusion of Glycidia sapium and brewer's yeast. The next session, the next theme was technological interventions and applications in agriculture, and the winner is GLLM Jayaratna. And it is for the research title, Quality Evaluation of the Leather Manufactured from Goat Skin with Selected Vegetable Tanning Materials. Next, the third theme, the food quality, safety, and product development. And the winner of the poster presentation under this theme is GADBS Dharma Prema. And this is for the research title, Grain Quality Characteristics and Related Gene Analysis of Endemic Wild Rice Species in Sri Lanka. The fourth theme was on community, environment, and management. And the winner of this theme for the poster competition is HDHS Hathurusingha. The title of her research is Factors Affecting the Decision-Making Styles of Branch Managers in Private Sector Banks. Now let me announce the winners of the oral presentation, which we had in the today morning. So as I mentioned earlier, the contestants are selected depending on the nominations coming from the departments. So there were 27 contestants today morning who competed under 4 different themes. And let me announce the winners under each theme. The first theme on agricultural production and productivity improvement. The winner is DAJ Kumarasinghe. This is for her for her oral presentation on investigation of morphological and molecular marker segregation of an F2 population of coconut and deriving marker trait associations. And the theme 2 is the technological interventions and applications in agriculture. And the winner is KADS Nirma. The title of his presentation, the use of proximal soil sensing and GIS technologies to support the management of a salt-affected paddy growing soil. The third theme of the oral presentations is the food quality, safety, and product development. And the winner is DVS Abhay Singha. His presentation was on process optimization to extract olerosin, an essential oil from the leaves of allspice, and screening of its essential oil composition, antioxidant capacity, and potential to develop new products. And the fourth theme is the community, environment, and management. And the winner of this fourth theme is UAMT Kitsiri. The title of the research presentation is Mapping of Ecogeographic Distribution of Native Medicinal Plants of Sri Lanka, the basis of study, conservation, and utilization. As you all know, the best oral presenters of the FAuRS is selected from the winners based on the overall assessments on their oral presentations at the department levels. And the best of the best, the overall best presenter, is awarded a gold medal sponsored by FAuRS and Company Limited. Okay. I would like to invite Mr. Janaka Gunasekara to the stage to hand over the gold medal to the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, and he will then hand it over to our chief guest. Thank you, Mr. Janak. It is the 8th time that the FAuRS and Company is sponsoring us to identify the best of the best of the oral presenters. And with that, now I think all the 4-2 series students are waiting to hear who is the overall best presenter. The overall best presenter of FAuRS 2021-22, the gold medal for the overall best presenter goes to DVS Abhay Singha. Abhay Singha's research, which was, I think I repeated this title many times. So his research was co-authored by B.E.P. Mendis, R.P.N.P. Rajapaksha, T. Rengaraj, and U.K.S.K. De Silva. Thank you, sir. So that brings us to the end of the award ceremony. I would like to hand over to the compeers. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for conducting the awarding ceremony. Thank you, madam, for conducting the awarding ceremony.
A journey of 1,000 steps begins with one single step. The coordinator of the Faculty of Agriculture Undergraduate Research Symposium is the best person to tell you about the journey towards the success of FAuRS 2021-22, and also to appreciate everyone that contributed for this success.
We cordially invite Professor Varshi Dandenia to propose the vote of thanks.
our chief guest, Mr. Nihal Ranasinghe, the Secretary to the Ministry of Education and Higher Education, Professor Terence Madhujit, the Acting Vice Chancellor of University of Peradeniya, Mr. Nayana Mavilmada, the President of the Property Group of John Keels Holdings, and Mr. Nalin Munasinghe, the Assistant FAO Representative to Maldives and Sri Lanka, Professor Sarath Kodithuaku, the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Deans of other faculties, Directors of the Postgraduate Institutes, Heads of the departments, distinguished invitees, my colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, everyone. I know you all are very tired after a long day. Let me try to keep this as short and simple as possible. I am honored and privileged to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee of the 8th FAuRS organizing committee this year. Okay. So it is my duty to recognize some of the special personnel involved in the process. And I would like to start saying a big thank you to everyone who supported in many different ways. To be more specific, first and foremost, on behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture and FAuRS 2021-22 Organizing Committee, I convey my regards and heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Nihal Ranasinghe, who accepted our invitation and joined us despite his very busy schedule. Sir, he had to leave, so I hope he enjoyed today's event and happy to witness the talents of our undergraduate students who will be joining the workforce starting from tomorrow. And also, even though the Vice Chancellor, sir, is not here, I wish to thank Professor M.D. Lamavansha, our Vice Chancellor of University of Peradeniya, for his guidance and leadership in organizing the FAuRS. He actually encouraged us to open up this FAuRS to others by inviting students from other faculties to participate in our technical sessions as well as the closing ceremony. Accordingly, we have invited undergraduate students, especially the final years, from other faculties of the university as well as all the agriculture faculties in the country through the respective deans. And I'm happy to inform that around 80 students from other faculties got registered to join FAuRS. And several students from other faculties actually joined the technical sessions in person today as well. So I wish to extend my gratitude to our Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Terence Madhujit, who is gracing the event today amidst his busy schedule. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us and for being very supportive, and your encouraging words means a lot to us. And also thank you for delivering a very insightful speech today. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I also like to thank our keynote speaker and the guest speaker who blessed us with their presence today. Mr. Nayana Mavilmada, the President of the Property Group of John Keels Holdings. Thank you very much for enlightening our students and motivating them, sharing your life experiences, showing that every failure will not end up being a failure, but you can succeed in life, and life is full of ups and downs, which is an important lesson that should be given, I think, for all our students. And Mr. Nalin Munasinghe, the Assistant Representative of FAO to Maldives and Sri Lanka. Thank you for your words of wisdom and sharing your experience as a student in the faculty. I think it was enjoyed a lot, and our students may have got some motivation through your speech. And I really appreciate both of you for taking your time to join here with us, despite your very busy schedules. And the leadership matters. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Sarath Kodithuaku, the Dean of the Faculty, for support given throughout. He actually did not leave us alone, but shouldered all the responsibilities throughout. Dear sir, thank you very much. And I appreciate the presence of all the invited dignitaries, including the Director Generals, Chairmen, Chief Executive Officers, Directors, and Managers today on ground and online despite their busy schedule. And on behalf of the team, I wish to thank all the deans of our university, as well as the other universities who joined us on ground as well as online and supported us in numerous ways. And I fail in my duty if I don't mention the support we received from Professor Mahinda Demetawaba, the Director of Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture, and his staff for organizing today's event by providing numerous support. As you all witnessed, FAuRS 2021-22 consisted of total 11 competitions. And I take this opportunity to thank the activity coordinators and their teams, the chairpersons, session coordinators, and co-coordinators of technical sessions for their leadership and completing the tasks within the time given. I also thank the audiovisual coordinators for their excellent job. And I greatly appreciate the leadership provided by Mr. Varuna Karuna Singha of the audiovisual team. I would also like to thank all the evaluators, judges, trainers, and support teams of open competitions who joined from various parts of the world. I know some of you had to judge more than 20-30 submissions within 1 to 2 days. And some of you have joined with us today to witness the closing ceremony and the success of students. I sincerely appreciate the efforts of Sri Lanka Inventors Commission for providing their support for the Invention and Innovation competition. And I wish to thank all the applicants who joined from the universities, from other universities for this 3MT and the Invention and Innovation competitions. I am sure you must have learned something by these peer interactions in these competitions, and it provided a great opportunity for our students as well to interact with peers and improve themselves. The workshop series on success in research tips and tools was highly appreciated by students. This year, several students from other universities took part in some workshops with our permission. I really appreciate the effort of our coordinator, Dr. Anuradha Jayavira, and his resource pool for conducting these workshops. Of course, nothing can be done without funding. So we acknowledge the generous support of our sponsors who supported us in this difficult time. We know it's not easy for you all in your respective companies as well. Especially, I would like to mention University of Peradeniya, FAuRS Company Private Limited, CIC Agribusiness, DIMO, Brown's Agri Solutions, Haley's Agriculture Holdings, Lankem PLC, Prima, and Cargill's for their generous support. And FAuRS and Company Limited, so we hereby place on record our heartfelt gratitude to you for your great support for the 8th consecutive time. The gold medal presented by FAuRS for the best oral presenter of the FAuRS gives a big boost for our students and it adds colors to the event. I know our students are looking forward for this award every year. And we are fairly a big team, which consists nearly 50 members working under 5 different subcommittees led by Professor Janak Vidanarachi, Professor Saman Dharmakirti, Professor Barna Jayawardena, Professor Pradeepa Bandarnayaka, and Dr. Duminda Vidanagamagi. Then there was another group, the activity coordinators, Professor Jeevika Veeraheva, Professor Iresha Mendis, Professor Janaki Mohotti, Professor SMC Himali, Dr. L.M. Rankoth, Dr. Sevwandi Chandrasekhara, Dr. Anuradha Jayavira, Dr. Senal Veerasurya, Dr. Nuwandi Silva, and Dr. Pratibani Kumari Hami, and their teams. I'm not going to read all the names in each committee, but surely some served in several committees, and all of you worked tirelessly from day one. And thank you very much once again. And it is good to have such a positive-minded team. It made my life very easy. I'm truly impressed, and I wish to thank, I cannot forget this name, Dr. Paboda Vettasinghe, our very enabled secretary of FAuRS organizing committee. Thank you, Paboda, for all the support. And I shall thank all the heads of the departments of the faculty and all the supervisors of our final year research students and especially the head of the Department of Animal Science and his academic and non-academic staff members for their hospitality and for all the preparatory work carried out during a short period of time. And also I wish to thank head of the Department of Soil Science and the academic and non-academic staff members of the Department of Soil Science for their support throughout, helping me to balance the duties in the department as well as my duties as the coordinator. And I wish to thank all the student volunteers who helped us to organize this event. One important feature of this time course is in the organizing committee, we have student volunteers from first year to final year serving with us. They helped us in designing videos, flyers, and also preparing publicity materials, many logistics, and organizing workshops. The symposium proceeding subcommittee worked hard day and night in compiling and editing abstracts. And I wish to thank you all, the editorial board and the editorial subcommittee of the FAuRS proceedings. A special thank goes to the temporary staff members of the Department of Soil Science and Mr. Isuru Kasturiarachi, one of our graduates, for working tirelessly day and night to make the user-friendly, flippable document that we uploaded to the web today. And I thank Dr. Pratibani Kumarihami and her team of first-year students of the faculty who designed the Hantana Blossom magazine that we launched today. The video presentation with sharing experiences was developed by Dr. Vasara Disanayake and her team, including Mr. Indika Bandara and Mr. Danshka Kumaratunga and Ms. Ranmali Serasingha. And thank you everyone, including the students who contributed for these videos. And a big thank to our compeers who got trained with the guidance of Prof. Janaki Mohotti and Ms. Timali. And these students are from first year, second year, and third year of the faculty. So I am really happy to see your talents today. And I am thankful to the very experienced members of the FAuRS organizing committee and also the previous coordinators who always shared their experience and encouraged me a lot. It was a very rewarding experience. Today, all the decorations have been done by the students of the Horticulture Society of Faculty of Agriculture. And I thank the students and the academic and non-academic staff members of the Department of Crop Science who supported them in their arrangements. And I wish to thank the principal of Peradeniya Central College who provided their dancing and drummers today morning. The dancers and drummers in the procession today morning were from Peradeniya Central College. And a special word of thanks goes to Ms. Irani Patirana, our assistant registrar, and Ms. Sagarika Karnaratna, our assistant bursa, and all the temporary staff members, technical staff, administrative and non-academic staff members who were involved in various capacities in organizing this event. Once again, I am not going to read the names since the list is too long. Distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Over the last 8 years, the Faculty of Agriculture has made tremendous contributions in staging FAuRS as the main event to reflect on the most significant milestones and innovations of our graduates. Due to the present economic situation, as a responsible organization, we had to limit the number of on-ground participation. Today, we have around more than 300 participants joining on ground, while nearly 200 participated online. There are numerous challenges that could not stop us during this journey. These challenges actually strengthened us. And we were on social media since day one, and it is one of the highly visited and liked Facebook pages, which was updated almost every day. And all the videos are uploaded in the YouTube channel for the channel of FAuRS, and we are on live today. So with this, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for your participation in the FAuRS 2021-22. And thank you once again for making this event a success. I wish you all a very happy and productive new year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam.
To appreciate the dedication and hard work of the FAuRS coordinator and to mark the excellent leadership given by her to make FAuRS this year a success,
We now invite the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, to present a token of appreciation to Professor Vashidandania, the coordinator of FAuRS 2021-22.
thank you, sir.
That brings us to the end of FAuRS 2021 and 22. It was a great pleasure walking you through this evening. And I'm Rasinta.
I am Setmini, and thank you for joining us and have a wonderful evening.
There will be a Faculty Research Awards ceremony commencing in a short while. Please remain with us and stay connected. I would like to invite Professor Devika Di Costa, the Chairperson, Faculty Research Committee, to conduct this session.
Good evening to you all, distinguished guests, my colleagues, and dear students. Welcome to the Annual Research Excellence Awards 2020. We abbreviated it as AREA. So this is a very important annual event which was introduced to the annual calendar of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. To be more precise, actually, this is the third time that we are conducting this award session. Area is awarded to the Academia of the Faculty of Agriculture to honor, to value the research contributions done by the members, academic members of the Faculty of Agriculture, and to give a slight moral boost for what they are doing for the betterment of the research culture locally and globally. So usually for this award, the Dean Faculty of Agriculture calls applications from the faculty members, and the applications are evaluated by a specially appointed subcommittee belonging to the Faculty Research Committee. So this year, as the Faculty Research Committee, we are very happy to announce that there are 18 awardees who have accomplished the requirements set by the faculty-specified guidelines that are used to select these awardees. The awards are called, the applications are called under 3 categories: probationary lecturer, senior lecturer, and professor. So FRC has the responsibility of coordinating this task, and that is why we are here today as the Faculty Research Committee. So if we glance through the list of the awardees, it is a very impressive image because you can see in all these three categories, our members are representing, indicating the impressive image of the faculty members in improving the research culture of this faculty. So without taking too much of your precious time, I would like to invite Professor M.I.M. Mawjood, a member of the FRC and also a member of the subcommittee appointed for this evaluation of the applications, to call upon the awardees of Area 2020. Over to you, Professor Mawjood.
Yeah, thank you very much. And may I cordially invite the Dean, Professor Sarath Kodithuakku, to the stage to award the certificates. So we have three categories, and the first two categories will be awarded by the Dean, and the third category will be awarded by the Acting Vice Chancellor. So let me begin with the first category, probationary lecturer. The award goes the first one, Dr. G. Somaratne. Give a round of applause. Second, Dr. P. Vettasinger. The third one, Dr. H.M.P.C. Kumarihami. The next category, senior lecturer, grade 1 and grade 2. The first, Dr. K.K.D.V. Jayathilaga. The order is not the second runner or winner. It's just an order I have in my list. Next, Dr. S.A.C.N. Pereira. Yeah, we are moving to the next category. So can I cordially invite Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Terence Madhujit, onto the stage. Sir, you also want to be here. So this is the harvesting day for the faculty. So we will enjoy all the harvest. Yeah. So I will call Professor D.V.P. Prasad. So in his absence, we will move to the next. Professor H.M.B.G. Herath.
Professor PCG Bandaranaike. Next, Professor KMS Vimalasiri. Yes, madam. What the envelope contains is a secret, so it is only they knows. Next, Professor BDR Prasanta. Next, Professor JP Iswara. In her absence, we will move to the next, Professor LDB Suryagoda. He is the secretary of the FAuRS at present. Next, move to the former chairperson of the FAuRS, Professor SP Nisanka. We have 5 more to finish. The next one is Professor RS Dharmakirti. Yeah, then the next one is Professor J.K. Vidanarachi. The next one is Professor D.M.D. Costa, Madam, the chairperson of the present FAuRS. Next, I call Professor GLLP Silva for the medal, for the award. Yeah, the last one is Professor B. Maramba. Thank you very much for your patience, sir. Thanks for this. Thank you very much for the all awardees. Now the stage is to Professor Suryagoda to deliver a vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. And as the secretary of the Faculty Research Committee,
let me take this opportunity to thank the people behind this activity. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, for accepting the invitation to be present here today. Unfortunately, because of his busy schedules, he was unable to come to this occasion. Even though we have our acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Terence Madhujit, and thank you very much, sir, for being with us here today. And it is really an honor to us with your presence. And the Dean, sir, who is as the administrator of the faculty guiding us throughout this whole process, calling applications, as well as the previous Dean, sir. Actually, at that time, these applications were called, and therefore, as well as the previous FRC members. And we thank both the deans as well as the previous FRC committee members who were the guardians behind this activity. And the members of the FRC, according to the guidelines given by the dean, the members of the FRC given us the opportunity to go through all these applications and coordinated this activity. Therefore, I appreciate and thank the members of the FRC for their coordination. The most important three personnel who were in the process of selecting or going through these applications, Professor M.I.M. Maujood, Professor N.D.K. Dayavansa, and Dr. N.U. Jayawardena. These were the three members appointed by the FRC to go through these applications. And based on their judgments, we have selected the awardees for the Area Award 2020. And at last, but not least, Tamali and Aisha, who were the two members behind the activities that, that we want to make it, attractive. And they were the two members who were supporting us for this activity. And with that, I conclude the vote of thanks and thank you very much. Thank you.
To mark the end of the day, please raise for the national anthem of Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka. Namo, 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 Maha. Sundara Sri Varini, Durandi Api Sogamana Lanka. Danya Danya Nekamal Palaturu Piri Jaya Bhumiya Ranya. Apa Mata Sapa Siri Senta Sadhana, Jivana Ye Mata. Pili Danu Mena Apa Bhakti Puja, Namo Namo Mata. Apa Sri Lanka, Namo Namo, Namo Namo Mata. Upavi Apa Vidya, Upamaya Apa Satya, Upavi Apa Shanti, Apa Hada Kula Bhakti, Upa Apa Aloke, Apa Viranuprani, Upa Apa Jivanane, Apa Muktiya Ubave, Nava Jivana Demini, Nikina Apa Kubudu Karan Mata. Jnana Vidya Vada Bandina Ragina Yanu Brenda Jaya
Thank you all. I would like to invite all the organizing committee members to the front for a photograph. And have a pleasant evening, and we wish you all a very happy new year.
Can you all hear me? There's a small announcement for the students. So there are certificates to be collected for all the oral presenters and the poster presenters. And there are merit certificates for the Merit Award of Research as well, and for invention and innovation competition. So please meet the organizing committee and collect your certificates later.